Test. Yeah, there we go. Lovely settings screw up. Let me get the stream title or the stream category fixed real quick. If we're in game development. Okay. So here's the plan for today. Oops. Just starting that. First things first. Okay, level 18. This is about what we expected. Working on continuous. Oh, I have that patch already, man. So the only thing that's slightly annoying about it, um, it's hooked into private client code at the moment, so I have to like pull it out and isolate it. But I do have a continuous patch. If I recall, it was, I think there was something with the action sampling. There were like an epsilon or something with the. I do remember fixing it though. But yeah, it's a little bit annoying because I would basically, like, I'd have to off stream go, like, work through client repo, make sure nothing's leaking, and just grab that one patch out. Yeah. I will get around to doing that quite soon. I wanted to port this algo up first. So, I mean, here's the result. Right? We have, this looks good. Why don't we grab this? Why don't we just grab this? Oh, and I also have to update the stream title. Fuck. Let me just go look at the diff real quick. I might be able to get it to you. Hang on, maybe it's not that bad. I have a side monitor, 1 second. I just have to be very careful because this is one of our more private contracts. Let me see if I have the port. I think it's kind of complicated. So here, I can... Oh, fuck, man. I don't remember well enough, honestly. Like, I'm gonna have to actually go isolate it. I know for sure that there's, like, around line 700 and 750-ish. It's not accounting for multiple continuous actions correctly. But I think there was more to it than just that. I'll try if, after I finish this, I'll see if I can, if I can off stream, just like get the thing ported, because we should totally have that working. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to edit my title. Um, cool. So first, let's make sure this repros. Hello, Liberty. I don't know, I've been quite tired the last couple of days. There's something of a heat wave here. It might just be that. So this is not a full sweep, to be clear. I didn't let it sweep any of the scale params. So this is forced tiny network, forced high throughput. And I also prevented it from picking like janky clip coefs. Oops, hang on. All right. 7 minutes. Why is it so slow, man? 1.5 mil SPS. Let's see if it trains. But okay. Our starting point. Everything should be... Oh yeah, these deleted files. Hello, Tim. We have the algorithm. We have pretty much all our basic setup. That looks like standard Soko. No, this is incremental levels. Incremental levels. Hello, Elliot. Welcome. Um, what, from the decompiled version? That game should actually be genuinely harder to get to be super fast. Like, obviously, it can go way faster than the original. But that game would be genuinely a lot harder to make super fast. What's... I mean, they're literally so they're training their AI on my RL software that I've spent many thousands of hours on at great personal cost. And then they're saying that for, my own good and safety, I'm not allowed to use it for AI research. So, fuck them. This is my favorite little bit, actually. Where's the notifications? You can tell there's something wrong when I have the top comment on their announcement post. And the comment is just fuck you. You can see the general attitude towards this thing. A tenth of the review of the views, half the likes. I honestly, the best way to the best thing you can do is just not use their models. You're a good researcher. Don't use their models. Don't give them public feedback and more data. Don't understand them. They're a bunch of out of touch losers with a savior complex. And don't give them anything. Ignore them. Build shit that matters. What happened here? Was this just unstable? It was higher score than this. I knew a couple of the people that started, well, I don't know if were found on the founding team, but joined very early. And yeah, they were batshit insane. This is a variant of Sokoban that makes you solve a fixed set of increasingly hard levels in order. The simple version of the new algorithm is keep the highest episode return trajectory and have some ends that have their starting state set from it. Okay, so this is actually much better. It's just that it's unstable. Yeah, it's very simple, Tim. Very simple. Let me see what this gets to before it sort of crashes. Crass, I said 2 months ago, basically, that I switched to Codex, not because I thought the model was better, just because I was sick of giving these assholes money. And lo and behold... I honestly wouldn't be surprised that the instability just comes from like something to do with how we're handling or the lack of learning rate annealing. Yeah, that's level 17 right there. 18 even. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That to me seems like, since it's crashing right at the end, that would seem to me like there's probably some time-based, maybe the annealing is not handled right or something. But I'm happy I've seen the correct score. No, advantage doesn't give the right signal at all. I'll have a blog post on that. Okay, good enough as a starting point. Good enough as a starting point. Sub 3-minute run we can use to check. Um, let's just see. I think the easiest way to do this, let's start by figuring out what the heck is here to begin with. This is random crappy logging changes. I'll get discarded. Random crappy logging. Okay. Off ball. Nope. Would be very, very different. Stays mostly. Well, I mean, you can't say it's the same thing except this stays on Paul. That's like saying, oh, it would be the same except that one doesn't fucking work at all and this one works. Yeah, it would be the same thing except if this completely wrong idea worked perfectly, then it would be good. You know? The heck? What is this? Oh. Okay. This still runs. This is fine. we have to get the code states like as close to each other as possible, because then I can actually start redesigning it and rewriting it, you know? GPU, 49. No, this is my 5090 box. Do 10 pendulums? I'm working on the core algorithm stuff, which is the reason that any of that pendulum stuff all over the timeline even works. Pendulum will be a nice end, but I'll just let one of the many people doing it PR a version. I don't know, whoever has a version that's not vibe coded crap, I'd be happy to take a PR. This is okay. This is getting deleted, so that most of this is going as well. This as well. Okay, so what we need is this thing on? Hang on. RNN state, RNN reset. Is this on at the moment? Oops. +1 citation. What? Oh, are you submitting a paper or something? You use amount of samples as hyper? Yeah, that's part of the search space. Hmm. Ocean box of unbinding.c, huh? Let me see about this. See if it makes a difference. We're trying to delete anything that we absolutely don't need. I do want to rewrite this manually, but I don't want to rewrite crap that's redundant in the first place. So the goal is semi-automatically minimize the diff, manually rewrite the shortest possible amount of lines I need to, and then delete any other crap. Safe log space carry. The hell uses this? That's very odd. Yeah, so it's just fucked with a bunch of things. See if we need this. I have to actually watch it, don't I? Because it's a little crashy. If this gets the same level of perf, we're just gonna delete that crap. And hmm. Okay, the RNN stuff is... Oh, no, it's the same. Okay. Well, it's actually more stable. Or the same. One less thing to have to fuck with. I'm hoping that I basically just have to mess with the curriculum file. New algorithm updates. They work incredibly well. Which new algorithm updates? 4.0 or the state set stuff I've been doing? If you use the latest state set, I wouldn't be surprised if that does just solve it instantly. Like, the new version is pretty much, you just need a single solve, and it will... You need a single lucky reward, and you're good. Any amount of sparsity, this thing can solve, provided that you get lucky once. So in my mind, that this just fully solves credit assignment, right? Which is, in my mind, exploration is a combination of state coverage and credit assignment. And this solves about half of the problem. Okay, cool. So, except for this small obnoxious bit here, pretty much this is all deleted. And we just have this to look at. Be very careful with this, though. Make sure we don't break anything in the process. Pretty good to me so far. Keep in mind, this is a 50K parameter policy. This thing is tiny. It's solving a very hard problem. I've already had breakfast, man. I don't know, I haven't been sleeping well the last few days. Over ant? Oh. No, I'm not. The thing is, I expect that bullshit, so not particularly. It's also kind of just been really hot. So the runs in the morning have been sort of brutal. I am also down like 8 pounds in the last month, so that might have something to do with it. I do eat carbs. I have like a bagel and a minestrone soup with pasta in the morning. You know? Modern punch card guy? No, it's not modern punch card. See, because there's a 1-to-1 equivalence with the punch card code and assembly. So that's not a good comparison, because you get a very different result. You'll see that the final code is going to be shorter and much better than what we have here. Refresh this. I want to just get a sense of what the fuck is different here first. F50 ops. That's fun. All right. Let's figure out what's going on here. So, kind of redundant enum. State buffer. Okay. Way too much crap in here. Well, that's fucking dumb. Holy, look at that. Yeah, so I forgot that I'd already sort of had an implementation on this. I might actually want to do the diff versus 4.0, right? Okay, come on, where's my massive diff? Where's the source? And here it is. Right here. Okay, so it's all new code. I see. So it's basically just all... Yeah, right, okay. So we do need to just diff it versus 5, I guess, because otherwise it'd be too much crap. Repro producing nans. Alright, cool, thank you. Yeah, I knew there was some screwy stuff on the continuous actions. Okay, so it's like actually... Is this 900 lines then? Yeah, but look at this crap, right? Not super useful diff. Right here, maybe. Okay, so we have 900 lines. Cryo buffers. And this was for, I believe, the implicit PER. Loaded state buffer struct. Stupid initializations. Very stupid initialize. Jesus, yep. Okay. Okay, this stuff is actually like the old code. This is fine. Yeah, that is super shit. Yeah, I thought it was less code than this. So we still have to do a little bit of screwing with it. We're also gonna probably... We want an allocator for this. Possibly. Allocator, it turns out, is actually a little bit worse for debugging. We're not gonna stress over that for now. We're gonna do this first. Let's just fix the obviously stupid things. Like this. Um, these guard macros, I don't know what the fuck. There, that's better, right? That's minus a bunch of code. This one next. Yeah, this seating is weird. Figure out what the hell's here. Quite a bit to figure. That's cool. Convert. Hang on. That's very fun. Yeah, I believe Puffer can do that. It's probably annoyingly expensive to scale that type of simulation, right? And let me just check my own usage on this. Like, how is it? Hang on. Uh, settings. Was it May? Yeah, I haven't gotten billed for anything else. So, how the fuck are people using their, like, how the hell are people using all of this? This is like using it more than is advisable, and I'm not running out on X high. Like, people must be just running fucking 16 terminals 24/7, right? Yeah, don't do that then. Oh, okay, I remember. That's crap. You know, I was always wondering why, how on earth these companies were even going to get close to breaking even. And then I forgot, people are retarded. Okay, guards are fine. I just want to see how much code we actually have. If I can at least figure out which chunk of this is which, I'll be fine. Oh, actually, because the multinomial here, right, is, what are you building, sir, and how do you... I stream on here. This is PufferLib. You can see the project at puffer.ai. It is the fastest open source reinforcement learning library. You can train tiny superhuman models in seconds on one GPU. I am getting ready to manually rewrite a whole bunch of shitty codex code because we now have a working algorithm, a pretty big algorithmic breakthrough, I'd say, even though it ended up being quite simple. And we just need to get the code to not suck. And then I get to try this in a lot of places. It'll be fun. And I mean, there's like a go live thing. You can connect X to OBS as well. I do it pretty much every day, several a week minimum. I don't believe this. Oh wait, maybe it is actually. This is actually all curriculum. Okay, it is actually all curriculum, isn't it? So we have 650. And nothing is shared anymore, which is expected because we no longer need the multinomial sample, right? Okay. State curriculum is 655 lines. I think that's good enough. I think we can start with that. And we'll be able to just take a look. And then the thing that I've been delaying is we're going to have to actually think about this in a moment, right? Uh, State buffer is going to be screwy. $2.2K. Yeah, so this will bring us to 3K-ish. So probably after cleanups and stuff, what we're at 6K lines. All right. We've been live, what, an hour? And we already have a decent starting point. As long as this works, I can commit this. And then we have... I was hoping to have 600 lines of code to edit. I think I have 700 lines of code to edit. That's not terrible, though, right? There are definitely some performance things we have to fix as well. So I'd imagine it's not going to be pure code cleanup. We're also going to have to do maybe some perf considerations at the very least. How are you able to see this through, even though it takes a long time? Motivation? I'm very, very fucking tired sometimes. I take breaks, but I mean, for the most part, I'm doing something that I genuinely believe has to exist. Like, RL's the coolest tech ever. These shitty fucking language model companies basically brain drained all the people out of the field. And if I don't do it, it's just going to be forgotten tech. And this is this is the one area of AI that lets us solve impossible problems on one GPU. You're never going to get that out of pretty much any other area of AI. So, I want awesome sci-fi tech to exist, and somebody has to build the awesome sci-fi tech. I don't see anybody else stepping up, so I gotta fucking do it. Believe me, I'd be very, very happy to have all this stuff just exist and go get some rest. I could very easily spend much more time than I do just like running and lifting weights and reading and doing whatever the hell else. But it's alright. The tech is progressing very quickly at the very least. That helps. Like, progress is measured in weeks. I really wouldn't say I wanting to do genuine good. to be honest with you. I mean, I care more about the progression of tech than anything. Like, yeah, this will help a lot of people down the line eventually, I'm sure, but the um the more immediate goal to me is just having the ludicrously powerful tech exist. And I think a lot of the tech we have is pretty mundane and boring. This is the cool sci-fi thing to me. Um, I especially do want to see this get into like low-level molecular sim. I don't know, it's a complex sort of motive, I suppose. To Spanish, gracias. Me pido Suárez. Pues puedo hablar en español también. I learned in school though, so it's kind of shitty. Well, not even really in school. I kind of had to teach myself most of it. All right. This is what we have. Right? Yes. So, we have the big chunky state buffer struct, followed by 100 lines of initialization. Huh? Dude, how is this model so bad that it can't even figure out how to paste functions to the bottom of a file? Whatever, man. We got about 500 lines of actual logic, so not too bad. Um, I'm trying to think what the best way is to start with this. They're in like a really dumb order from what I can see. I think these are just random helpers. It's gonna be bottom to top, right? No prototypes, yeah. Okay, so this is where we should start. So curriculum rollout begin. Some capture ticket jank. Okay, so there's this weird hook. Yeah, there's this weird hook here. Curriculum observe step. I see. Well, that's really shit, isn't it? We have this on... No wonder this is slow, right? We have this loop on CPU on the main thread. Neil CL. This is 0 right now, isn't it? I think we need this. Neil CL. That's just straight redundant. Get rid of that. That's not going to be minus much code. That's minus like 10 lines. Okay, so this is some janky ass filtering. Cool. I know what this is though. Weird resetting as well. Okay. It's kind of just bad code is all it is. It's like doing roughly the right thing. It's just very convoluted. Okay, this is going to call capture curriculum checkpoint. What in the hell is this, man? That's like crazy jank. Okay, at least we have the replacement tail code. And then replace full. That looks more reasonable. And then some helpers. Start env. Blech, man. Oh wait, that was actually yeah, it's minus a little bit of code, huh? Alright. Oh no, that's about what I expected. Cool. I just honestly have to like I am gonna be able to hand edit this, but the structure is so fucking weird right now. I have to at least get it into something that I can hand edit. Like line by line. This is wrong at way more than the line by line level now. I can look at blocks right now. That's about the level at which we're at. Tips for getting better at coding in C. Don't do what you're seeing me do here. Follow my guide. Implement some simple M's without a bunch of LLM crap. Like, I'm doing it this way because unfortunately it's a bit quicker. It's probably about twice the speed of me doing it manually. And it does allow me to make more progress even on days where I'm not fully there. But it's pretty miserable. And if you're still learning basics, you absolutely don't want to be dealing with this. Like, at least I have the level of experience to just, like, look through this and be like, what the hell? You know, why is this designed this way? Why is this designed that way? No, this should be done this way and that. Like, but if you don't have that, you're just gonna, like, tab, and then end up with garbage you can't even fix. Okay, so this is called from here. That's why this is slow. Okay, that design fucking sucks. Oops, be right back. Let me check one thing. All right, we're back. Bootstrap best trajectories. All right. This will take us a while. Reset deterministic capture ordering. Okay, well, this thing is definitely screwy. Yeah, this thing is definitely screwy. Okay, so this is like shitty. This is just shitty initialization pattern code, alright? All back. I see. Well, I mean, the cool thing about this is at least now we have Vekenv is CUDA. Right, it's Vekenv CU, right? Oh, no, it's Vekenv dot H, but this can also be... Yeah, no, this is CUDA. Did you buy space? We'll see if anything went through. I haven't checked. I'm not too worried about it whether I get it on IPO day or not. I think I'd rather buy more not on IPO day. Okay, we have some CL, yeah. Breakout at wait, running on Torch. 450K on a 6-core CPU. Huh. I'm kind of surprised it does that on CPU, but cool. Yeah, our CUDA native stuff is way faster. Like, Breakout with the defaults is the end that runs 21 mil SPS on 5090. Okay, this is shitty, but this is like normal, easy to clean up shitty. What's this? Vanilla M's. The fuck? Okay. How to use LLMs to learn anything? You, more than anyone, should not be overly relying on those. Um, can't you get the C-Book PDF online? Yeah, there you go, right? This is a short textbook. This has all your basics. Um, I have guides on X as well that point you to good materials. I definitely know way more people who use LLMs way too much and are worse for it than I know people who are like, wow, they've really learned a bunch with all these LLMs lately. Okay, good. So a couple of these like per block cleanups I think are going to be semi-automatic first because like shit like this is just why is it like this? Just don't do it this way, right? This is not just line edits, this is structural edits. We're going to get it to the point where it's kind of just like stuff like this I could line edit. You see this? This is kind of just normal shitty code where I can fix this manually pretty easily. Um We have to actually get it to the point where it's just this is this level of bad. It's much worse than this right now. You see, like this was all redundant crap. Better. Well, you could try asking me that question and see what happens. I don't know. Welcome. How's it going? Okay, so this thing, I have no idea what the heck. Which offset? What in the hell, man? I honestly have no idea whether that makes sense at all. I have no idea whether that makes sense. Do MIT Maker? No. I don't think so, no. I had one random interview. I think that was something different, though. Ah. Wait. This is not in a kernel. Yeah? Threaded rollout path. Ah. But the per thread RNG. Most I did was Q learning. Yeah, so RL really doesn't work with the textbook algorithms. It really just doesn't work. Okay, so mm-hmm. Takes zero fluff. I'm trying here. I'm using definitely too much. I'm using the models definitely way too much. But I am at the very least. What you're seeing now is me trying to unfuck all the code. I see why it's done it this way, but this is not an acceptable solution. So essentially there's this shared buffer for the curriculum. There's a shared buffer for the curriculum. And it's trying to, like, determinize the update order. Hang on. CLMs don't have their state stored, right? Yeah, CLMs, we don't store their states. College-based learning in AI versus industry working in a company. You don't learn much in either, but in industry you get paid. Honestly, the best way to learn stuff is to just have very high motivation and a bunch of time with which to figure things out. And ideally, a few people who you genuinely respect to steer you in the right direction occasionally. Or AI companies scaling the trend. Why would you ask me that? I don't work on that. I mean, honestly, I work on scaling in the opposite direction, if anything. I'm the guy that makes the code super fast for these small models. You just do alright. Well, I mean, it's kind of a lot, you know? Like, all the optimizations out there are directed at super big models. There's a whole nother stack that's required for much smaller models. I mean, think about it. You're interacting with a simulation millions of times per second. Right compass to respect. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I was very bad at taking advice when I was younger, but then I kind of made up for it by doing it for long enough that I figured it out. No CS degree, but math. I mean, I know way more people that are just, they fail because they're terrible programmers than I know people that fail because they're bad at math, frankly. And no, Codex doesn't fix that. You still need your fundamentals. It's kind of funny, like, I honestly think if anything, your intro classes at uni are the most useful because you'd be surprised. It's just the amount of failures that are not failures because you didn't know some super advanced thing, but failures because people do not know the absolute basics of anything. It's mostly just complete basics failure. Let me figure this out. So, any intuition take on Omni reset? I don't know. I know Stone Tao's reset thing vaguely. If I recall correctly, like a lot of the robotic stuff, they rely on having the space already explored for their resets. So what I'm doing, it's a simple on policy state thing where you don't have to have any data to start with at all. You just have to have a fast sim. And it's more Go Explorer. It's kind of like on Paul RL plus Go Explorer more than it's similar to the robotic stuff. Are you able to earn via Puffer what you'd have earned in top AI labs? Not yet. Puffer is profitable and it's growing, but not yet, and that's fine. I think if I spent a week in SF, I'd go batshit insane. Most RL papers having so much math notation to represent super simple concepts. I have no idea. This is what I mean, though, with, like, people tend to fail on the eng. Looking back, reset machine. Yeah, it's this. The algorithm at the moment, the improvement can be described vaguely as just like store the highest episode return, the highest return trajectory, and then allow some environments to reset along that trajectory. It is a massive improvement. It's very cool. Like this algorithm, at the very least, you only need to get lucky one time. You only need the reward once, and it'll learn from that one sample. Small update via latest DM. Hang on, Spencer. I kind of got burnt out yesterday, and I also was installing Starlink in 90-degree heat, so I'm doing the cleanup today. Oops, let me pull this over here, pull this over here. Huh. Um, we handle that just by, like, merging multi-discrete spaces, right, Spencer? Expensive with time? I would doubt it. I think if anything that, like, the current scale, like, they're just gonna not be served the top model, but they'll be served a model that's better than the model you have today. There are a whole bunch of problems with Advantage that are quite subtle. That'll be in the blog post. Ooh. I have to admit I've been a little tired today, so we have, or the last few days even, so we have the side monitor content that keeps me sane. One more to go. RL's right for time series data. We've done a little bit of that professionally. It's not particularly different from any other problem. Takes some work, though. And I actually have to figure this out for this setup here. Yeah, I got Starlink. I'm trying to think what we do about this synchronization thing. Because technically, you can technically have to replace the tail, right? Wait, I think not. Starlink works better in remote area. Well, I was just sick of dealing with fucking Comcast, so now I have something that'll just work. Um, I still have the Comcast one for now, but like I have a backup at least that I know works. I'm not in New York City or anything. It's a suburb. It's fine. Make it play Snake. I think the Snake End was a little sketchy for some reason as a 4.0. I think the policy might need a couple small changes. You could figure it out, though. It's probably not that tough. Just hadn't looked at it. GPU. You really should have a GPU. It'll make your life much easier. You can rent a like a 3080 or whatever off of Vast for 10 cents an hour though. Why does everybody assume I know everything about everything possible happening in tech? Like I'm not your tech news aggregator, my guy. I try to spend my time as much as possible not really caring about what the hell is going on, and more so just like ignore everything, make the thing work. Make the actual research advancement. Squared the name of the single agent. Squared is a single agent test environment. Super simple. Like, no. It's also such a boring and depressing question. I'd way rather know, like, hey, does AI solve disease and aging and, like, help us make sci-fi materials and solve problems we couldn't have possibly imagined solving a few years ago? Like, so much more interesting. Let me see. Raylib example. We use Raylib for everything. I love Raylib. We're their top sponsor. So that's not really saying much. They just don't get anywhere near enough sponsors. I don't even think this is on the company account. I'm pretty sure this is just me personally, but yeah. I really love Raylib. Yeah, it's comma. I am GUI guy supports Raylib. That's cool. If you have spare money, it really does help him. I think he's like a prof in Spain. Guy really does not make much. And Raylib is honestly the best library I've ever had the privilege of using. I've learned so much about software from Rayson. Like, even his docs are just his docs are perfect. Just like the cheat sheet plus examples thing is so simple. But like I remember trying like 10 different ways to write the puffer docs, and then I just did it his way and I went, "Oh, yeah, that's the right way to do it." Alright, we're gonna see if we can get this stupid thing to work. 'Cause it has, like, massively overcomplicated shit right now. Hey, Jess. Best buffer. Dude, first time on stream. Algo is complete. Yeah, the algo works. It gets, like, 18 levels solved. It's pretty cool. I'm just, like, slowly trying to unfuck the code. Codex is just really stupid. I'll go. It's both, Jess. It's good that the algorithm ended up being very simple, but I feel stupid for not having figured it out faster. You know? Yeah, so it basically came up with a completely stupid design where I had this very nicely isolated parallelism, and it just like added a bunch of bullshit synchronization for essentially no benefit. That's hilarious. Funny as hell. Was this not already a thing? I can't want one of these. Stupid. I think this probably will simplify a lot. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else it could have done. Yeah, actually, it has lots of places where it's doing stupid loops that are probably very slow. Yeah, that'll be fine. There's some way to do this a little bit better. Oh yeah, this. I was wondering what the hell this was. So good, that's just gone. We don't need that garbage anymore. Okay, let's look at this. How the fuck do you manage to... Wait, how the fuck do you manage to add more code than you delete doing this? It's gonna surely end up deleting more, right? What are we at? We're at 925. Watch this end up adding 300 lines. Yeah, at least we delete this, but it still's added a lot, hasn't it? Let's go run it at least real quick. If it even works. Why are we at 1.2 mil SPS? Oh no, wait, this is what it was before. It jumps to 3 mil, something's wrong. Yeah, something's definitely wrong. But that is the speed we had before. Make sure it still runs. And we shouldn't have it. This shouldn't be this much worse, right? Buffer for masters. Never connect with people. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm streaming dev like most days of the week. I answer all sorts of Puffer Lib related questions here. There's also the Discord as well. We have tons of helpful people in there, some of whom know the low level details of Puffer as well. Because this is just the tail replacement thing, right? Tail ties are not broken by length. It needs to be broken by length. Yeah, that's probably it. It's probably just not replacing. I just got sick of answering questions, Major. Yeah, it's probably the length tie. We'll see what it comes up with, but I bet it's the length tie. That's a very important mechanism. We'll be patient today, but I think this is going to be the length tie. If I get this version to match from before, we'll be good. And then it'll still be slow, but it won't have any crappy synchronization in it anymore, at least. Some direction. actually. Tinygrad and NumPy. That seems suspicious. Yeah, that doesn't look like real physics at all, does it? Yeah, that's super sketchy. Is there actually a closed form for, wait, this doesn't have the, this does not have the dynamics, does it? So that's sketchy. That doesn't look right to me, right? The way it swung up like that. With no bend. That seems really weird that, like, there's no bend in it at all. It acts like one rod. Okay. Spin this again. I mean, I would believe that you can do it with, I would believe that there could be some closed form solution to it. It kind of doesn't matter from our perspective, right? They have no mass. That would be funny. Boxabon, yeah, it's Sokoban. Hello, welcome. We're seeing whether or not this gets the same level of perf as before. If so, then the refactored version is good. Well, no, it's not good. It's at least the design of the design of how we're collecting segments is no longer completely stupid. The code still sucks. But we will see. It is already up to 13, which was the previous best. I believe. $14. $15. Okay. That was 16. I think we're good. And then 17 is fine if it's noisy. Oh, it gets 17 anyways. Perfect. Yeah, that was it. It wasn't breaking ties. We'll commit this as stable. I'll be right back real quick, though. Give me a quick second. Plus 125 lines. Not what we want to see, but it's also not the end of the world. Be able to get those back, I'm sure. I do feel like there's no oxygen whatsoever in this room. Let me put some AC on. Okay. And we gotta figure out next thing. Okay. If we do, I have no idea what the hell the design of this thing is. Very odd. Codex is very, very effective in writing large amounts of shitty code quickly. My god. We're still in the, like, what the fuck phase. Where, the design of it is still off enough that it's like, I don't know what's going on. Mid rollout restarts. Oh yeah, for anybody new around here, if you have not starred Puffer on GitHub, what are you doing? Feed the Puffer a star. We are rounding to 6K now. Be very nice to hit 6K proper in the next couple days. 5969. Non-deterministic global RNG. See? Telling all my friends to start. Thank you very much. Feed the puffer star. Puffers love stars. I don't know how many tutorial ends I have to make about pufferfish eating stars before people get the idea, you know? If all my followers start it, we'd have 30k plus stars. So bad. N Pendulum is custom, and it's just like a bunch of random people on Twitter, for the most part, probably just vibe coding random ends. We would take a PR for one if it's, well written and correct and not vibe coded slop. Still, OpenAI Gym and the tools were awful. Yeah, so did I. I was at OpenAI in 2018, I think, working on the first version of Neural MMO. Nothing was remotely even usable back then. It's a miracle anything even worked at all. Um, it's taken years to get it to, like, be somewhat decent. The crazy thing about it is there's not a single part of the stack that we used back then that was preserved. Like, every single part had to be redone. It's not just like we got some things wrong, it's like systematically every single possible thing was wrong. Nuts. Did this thing just write the most bloated pot? Like, look at this. Eh? Like, what? But this is all stuff I can fix, like, this is all easily fixable, just padded crap. At least this gets the design closer to correct. Hello, welcome. Okay, next thing will be remove. That's just sad. Yeah, that's super sad. Holy. If this works. Why is it sad? Because it has to write 2 wrappers just to use RNG of any sort. Like, how many dollars were spent on this model for it to output such awful code? Like, it can accomplish tasks that are harder than I would expect most, first-year CS students to know, but there are literally, like, first-year CS students that write better code than this. Look, let's inline a helper function for like, look. Just plus this for no reason. It's just stupid. There you go. Way better. See if this still is good. Okay, so the next thing will be... Well, we should probably think a little bit more about how curriculum's integrated. I don't get it. It just writes really shitty defensive code by default. Like, it essentially checks every possible error, even if that error is, like, clearly not possible in the current context. It puts essentially no value on writing concise code. And like essentially no value on simplicity at all. That's funny, Jess. This is a way worse result. Was anybody paying attention? Was it higher than this number before? Fuck. I wasn't paying attention during the training run. Do you log results? Yeah, of course we log results. But we log them downsampled, so... You know, we would miss it if it spikes. What's he doing? I am currently refactoring awful codex code on the new algorithm. The new algorithm is quite good. I just have to make sure we don't break it by accident in the process of doing this. It's on par right now, so what happened? Did it just get stuck here, or did it crash? Seven double inverted pendulums. You'll notice I hadn't bothered with the pendulum. That was just like... That thing blew up on X. I'll take a PR for like a good clean version of that end for sure. But I'm working on core algo dev. The new curriculum learning method should be a really major advancement for at least for a good chunk of different types of environments, we'll say. We're on 14. Do I just have to run this on a different seed? Is it just fiddly? Shit. No, it broke determinism. Good model. Desktop's dead. 200k SPS on 4 and 5. Rod should have mass, not just... Yeah. The rod should have mass. I was confused because, like, there was one guy that submitted a non-RL thing. um, just like a linear program or whatever, but it looks weird to me. I didn't see the actual code modeling the physics problem in there. Maybe it was there somewhere. Yeah, T4s are really bad. Annoying. So we'll figure out what broke determinism, and then we'll figure out if it still trains well. After this, I'm gonna see if this is fine, then I'll just run it on a different seed. Outer Master way lighter. I see. Yeah, it looked weird. It basically looked like it behaved as one pole. What's this? That's weird. Wait, how big are these? Does it say? Doesn't even have to say how big they are. It's an important detail to mention. Life-sized. Get another room. Because this is an old box. And I don't feel like reinstalling it. This is not running on Windows either, by the way. This is SSH'd into a Linux box, so... Mhm. Really, we shouldn't have possibly broken anything with that. Buffer single-handedly RL pilled me, thanks so much. Of course, welcome to the project. The next update's gonna be pretty cool. The new algorithm is solving some pretty crazy problems. We still have to test it more broadly, and I still have to clean up all the code, but making progress. Curriculum stuff is pretty basic. Like, that's the correct approach, though. You want minimal reward eng. There are only a couple very important things you need to know about reward design. And then, you will obviously use sweep hypers, and anything else is curriculum. Though I will say that actually, uh, far fewer problems are going to need curriculum. Wait, that's bizarre. I doubt that's the issue. All share the same cache line. I doubt that. I bet it's just the seed. Mm-hmm. 20% on SpaceX. Congrats. Sure, Jess. We'll just go lasso it and bring it to your backyard. LM sim engineering. There's really no engineering required there. Like, they just write random dog shit, and it runs 1,000 times slower than it should, and then they're still bottlenecked by the LLMs. Emerald guy? You said, like, what, 4 things? Man, this is why it's annoying. It's tough to see if there's a regression. What comes after Puffer? Using Puffer to solve a bunch of problems. There will probably have to be at least a little CUDA with this update. Not too much, just a little. Hmm. Well, we'll try this again. It's annoying. That should not have broken anything. This is what happens, though, with the benchmark is unfortunately going to be fundamentally a little bit unstable. Because it's an exploration benchmark, right? And that relies on you getting lucky. And then the timing at which you get lucky, that can shift quite a bit just from run to run. So in some sense, I think that this is not going to end up being a benchmark env. This is just going to end up being like a dev env. We'll use the full Sokoban env as the actual benchmark. Drink some water. This is carbonated water. This doesn't have anything else in it. Oh. Yeah, my stomach is not great. Actually, the seltzer does help. How the hell is carbonated water toxic, Pepper? What are you on about? You all use Joseph as a screensaver. Wait, is it 10 on YouTube? Because then yeah, it's 10 on Twitch, 12 on YouTube that I see. And then however many are on X, it doesn't tell me. Apparently it does actually help on Twitch if I bother to set the category, so I will try to do that. I'm here for the CUDA. Well, it's kind of funny the way that we have our stuff. So the entire Puffer training program is compiled under CUDA. And the way we do it, we kind of have our stuff so you can just inline CUDA anywhere you want. So it's C and CUDA C all mixed together. Puffer mascot takes my eye. Puffer mascot is going to get an update pretty soon. I just got the final versions back from the artist. They're pretty good. There are a couple things I need to fix in post. And then the main thing I need to figure out is the lighting that we're going to use on them, because we were just like rendering them in Unity before, and I'm trying to render them just in Raylib. And it looks a little off without the lighting. It's the same puffer fish, don't worry. It's not it's the same, it's like the same puffer fish. Like pretty much we fixed the thing where like the fins are kind of just floating and they're not actually attached to the puffer. Um we smoothed a little bit of the polygons like on the face and stuff, but pretty much it's the same model. And then the thing is it's getting more animations. So we have more animations for it now. Yep, still curriculum learning stuff. We are starting to clean up the code base. Okay, this is the 17 solve. Um, yeah, we figured out the algorithm. Ugh. Too much jank there. But let's focus on Okay, so this will go away if we can actually get the RNG fixed, because this is like awful. Yeah, so I mean, it's essentially now down to like these 400 lines. 500. I think I should do this one last. Annoying as that is. So we're gonna make it even worse before we make it better, I guess. Lovely. Wrapper just for RNG. Absolutely brain dead. Yeah, it's still state sets. It's a simpler state set based algorithm. It works quite well. No, it's not increasing. So this is essentially this RNG change. I can't tell if this is a perf regression or just like flipping, changing the determinism, like changing the seed essentially. Um, so I'm wrapping it for now. I'm gonna clean up the rest of it, and then we'll just swap the wrapped versions with literally just a call to randar. But I want to get to cleaning up the rest of this stuff first. Goal is for this, like, this whole version, Hover 5 should be like 500 lines. Or the, like, the update should be like 500 lines. Unless I decide to do the other algorithm chunk in Puffer 5 as well, then it'll be like 800. So actually, we are intentionally not restoring the env seed as part of curriculum. So the agent will start in the same state, but we are not considering RNG to be part of the state. If you consider RNG to be part of the state, the agent can very, very easily learn RNG manips. It would almost be funny, to tell you the truth. Like, how that algorithm would look so stupidly good on something like Pokemon. It would discover tons of RNG manips. It would basically never win a fair fight. It would just, like, always be critting every hit. Okay. Good. 17. We're happy here. Well, I'm getting to the point where I can rewrite it by hand. Turns out a lot of the codex code was so bad, I have to get it to refactor by blocks before I can even touch it by hand. Some of the code is just insane. Um, the algorithm is capable of solving 17 to 18 levels of increasingly difficult Sokoban in a row, where you have to reset all the way to the beginning if you fail a single one of them. Puffer doesn't have an N-link cart pole, right? It could just be modified. I think there's a double pendulum env. I would just want a clean version that's actually correct and is not vibe coded crap. Sokoban is... I don't even know what the hell that is. If that's a complexity class, I've never heard of it. Sokoban is very hard, though. I will just interpret that as very. Yeah, Sokoban is very hard. Some of the later levels we're solving here take tens of millions of steps of random exploration. Key space? I have no idea on that one. Only vibe code. Hey, you should learn some C. It's a fun project to learn some low-level dev in. Oh. Well, yeah, if you're gonna, I guess if you're storing states, the funny thing is we have it solved with a 50,000 parameter network, so clearly you can't need that much space. Let me see if I like this. Append completed segment. There's still way too much crap in here, isn't there? No, you can't just check all the code. The code fucking sucks. If you can't tell the code fucking sucks, like, it's because you need to spend more time writing code. Like, this is complete dog shit. Well, if you don't learn, you are missing out by default. What's wrong with the current state set that you want to rewrite? It's shitty codex code. It's slow, and it's also just awful code. Like, I'm not going to accept this into the repository in the current state. How many of these functions should even exist? Yeah, I'm stuck like asking stupid stuff like this because I'm reading the code and I have like it's mind-bogglingly stupid. Like I can't even figure out what the hell the intent was behind it because it's so shit. Like they have these very long function names, but they don't actually mean anything, right? It's like Like I'm back to basically the stupid tricks I have for dealing with other people's ass code bases. You'll see. No, it's not testing. It can produce something that is like passes the verification, but it does it in the dumbest way possible. Like it has a pretty high ability, frankly, to like pass fixed objective. But it will just always do it in the most retarded way possible. Like it's saying life cycle. There's no fucking concept of a life cycle in this entire. It's just like bullshit. This is the dumb trick, by the way. It's literally just pasting together all the functions that are only called once. You'd be surprised how effective this is for figuring out what the fuck is going on. I mean, the point of this is like, it's basically broken up the logic into a bunch of chunks that don't make any damn sense. So if we just don't have it broken up into chunks, then I can actually figure out how it should be broken up, if at all. This is basically what I do on the rare case where I'm like forced to work with a third party thing and the code base is just terrible. Is I just like keep pasting shit together until I can actually figure out what the fuck is going on. Want to be our physicalist? I have no idea what the fuck that even means. I found a lot of the like philosophy type conversations that tend to pop up though in these circles just exceedingly stupid. Well, this I can actually start to work with at least, right? We have a much smaller number of functions that are breaking up a more manageable chunk of logic without jumping back and forth between each other constantly. Let's go look up what the fuck that even was. Everything in reality is ultimately physical. What? Why is that even remotely fucking relevant? Like, who gives a shit? I consider myself more of a philistine than a physicalist. Yes. No, no, no. The things I'm okay, so we now have how much code? Got a little shorter actually, which is kind of funny. Let's run this. I'm gonna let this training run go real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Sorry the puffer. What? Cool. It still works. Yay. Code make any goddamn sense? Like, that's just completely uninteresting to me, Jess. Well, the presupposition of interest is, I don't know, why the fuck haven't we cured diseases and aging and, like, I don't know, have some cool sci-fi space travel or whatever? Why the fuck don't we have those things, huh? Maybe because we're bullshitting around asking stupid questions for too long. Is it all in these two now? Dude, how are there still this many fucking functions? God damn, this is like bleh. Exactly, right? So it hides the fact that there's this much crap because it just splits it up into 20 line functions, but that doesn't make it better. If anything, that just even more so obscures what the hell's going on. So this is the actual code that it wrote, right? Why don't you start streaming games? I stream enough for my work already. If it is a turn-based video game, it's a really shitty one. This is not enjoyable whatsoever. These two we can probably start to understand. I mean, seriously, like, arguably this is still faster than me doing it manually, including mostly because the research prototyping in CUDA would have taken so long. Um, but it does take any enjoyment whatsoever out of my work. This is fucking awful. But I don't know. I'm good at just doing those things anyways. The thing is, I already felt that way before any of these models, Jess. I don't know. I guess it probably let me do the CUDA stuff before I would have done it otherwise, would be the main thing. Let me see if I can just do this. Like, why does it have all those fucking checks, right? Like, I don't even know what the fuck it's trying to do. It's basically just doing stuff in a very stupid way that requires a lot of plumbing. Yes, I've been meaning to chat with them, in fact. I think I did chat with them like 3 years ago, come to think of it. Let me think about this. I'm not happy with the way that this buffer logic's being handled. What bio stuff can be done with buffer to be determined. Like I don't have to know, I don't have to be able to answer that to be able to tell you that it's very likely we will be able to do a bunch of cool stuff just based on like the way that everybody uses sim, how slow everybody's sims are, how impossible it is to even try integrating any cool AI stuff. Like the assumption that stuff is going to be useful is structural, right? I had originally envisioned this as resetting. Hmm. Okay. I'm curious to see if there's a perf diff. Jesus. That's nuts. All right, so I'm actually not entirely sure how I want to have this. Is the intent that you finish the whole episode? What would that do? It biases you towards the tail, doesn't it? I guess there are important cases, maybe, where I could see it going either way, honestly. I could see it going either way. How can you set... Wait, how can I set what up? It does seem to hurt perf. I can't really tell. Well, I'm trying to think of cases where one would matter more or not, right? This seems like it hurts perf, but I don't believe that that's like a accurate. Yeah, within 2 levels, it could just be noise. All right, let's figure this out. Happens before reset. I think that's what we're doing now. Hello, welcome. You are king? Hello, king. I am emperor. Have been copied. It has not yet been copied into a rollout buffer. We must not clear rewards and terminals. Ugh. So obnoxious, man. I don't know if I like that design either, to be honest. I think this whole rollout loop needs to be thought through better. So messy, man. So messy. Reset, right? And then net, and then yeah, okay. There's also the shitty compute obs wrapper thing, right? I mess with. I'm starting to see it. I think the main thing we actually have to figure out then is this thing is just like it being dumb, I'm sure. So this is gonna go away. The main thing we have to figure out is the state, or the end buffer situation. Let me go check on a thing and I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna think about this for like another 20 minutes, and I'm gonna call it. I'm getting tired. If I could figure this out today, it would be nice. It's mostly just the way that we have the env buffer set up. It's a little janky. We could just give it reset with a state arg, I guess, right? That might be interesting. I don't know if I like that answer either. I don't like the 2 arg state. Can we do this without it? That works. I think we're gonna get rid of this whole callback bullshit anyways, right? P equals 0. Oh, it's just retarded. Cool. We'll see if it makes a mess. I think that's the correct design, though. The the way to make this simpler is to remove the abstraction that we have a little bit with the stupid model callback. The only reason that that thing is even still there is because we used to have the vecn file be a C file. Um, we should just not have it be this way. Hello, Will. Welcome. Just finishing up here. It's going to take a few good days of work to get this cleaned up. I mean, it's kind of funny in some sense that the codex, some of the codex code's way worse than even I expected it to be. Like, completely unsalvageable. And, like, and so freaking, like, confused that, I can't even just, like, manually edit. Like, I have to actually just be like, what even the hell is this? It'll be way better when I finish it, but, ugh, such a pain. Yeah, it was, Crit. Well, it wasn't for initially faster implementation as much it was like I was experimenting with a whole bunch of stuff. All right, we do have one yeah, I'm going to finish this and end stream and one mildly amusing update from the side monitor here. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is that the net callback is going to get completely deleted. It's going to get wrapped into this thing. We're going to find some way to tighten up the vectorization loop. And or split it up a little bit differently. Well, this is progress. This was Just fletching left on Bibles. How many of you maxed? Things going so far? They're going, but they're irritating, I would say. Let's see if it totally breaks this. It's like, Codex is like that one engineer who writes just such shit code that you can't fire the guy without just canceling all the projects he's on. So, essentially, now I have to, bit by bit, like, get the structure of this crap code into something reasonable, to the point that I can edit myself, then do even more work, manually, like, making it not total crap. And ultimately, I think it'll be alright, and we'll be able to do it, only adding maybe 500 lines to the code base. Total pain in the ass, though. And number of 99s, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ten with a very close 11th. I think mostly it's not even you. Like, most of the stuff these days is still just like scripting. I do not bot the game. It's my favorite game. If anything, I'd be way more interested in chucking my stuff onto model bot behavior and get them all banned. It'd be way better. They do really just destroy the whole economy, which is the thing that makes the game work. How long have I been playing that account? Oh, I've been playing this one, let me see. Maybe 8 years? I really only decided recently to do some skilling. I mostly just did PVM. But needed some side monitor content for the last few engineering grinds. And also to prevent this bullshit from driving me nuts. Why did it suddenly just get way faster? I mean, that's the speed it should run. Schedule free Amuse. So schedule free would be really nice for RL because it's very annoying that we get completely different results when we run our experiments for longer or shorter. That's 16 levels. I think that's good. I have no idea what it made slow. I knew that there was some dumb bullshit in there that was slow. Um, It'll be interesting actually now to figure out if we can do even better. But that should be it. I've pushed it now to 5.0 Simple CL. We'll continue this probably Monday. Maybe tomorrow, but probably Monday. Able to take a checkpoint. It's not just about being able to take a checkpoint for a trained model. Let's say I tune the hyperparameters for a model, and I get like, some good hyperparameters for a 100 million parameter run. If I go and run the same thing for a billion steps, it'll often just completely fail. That's really bad. So, not having the LR annealing would be very nice. Okay. I think we're gonna call it there. That's at least an initial bit of progress on the refactor. A little bit of manual stuff, mostly still just fighting dumb model, but it happens. I have come up with a few architecture changes, I think, for the way that we do our VEC in 5.0 that should help. We'll see how that goes. Thank you everybody for tuning in. If you're interested in my work and you want to support us for absolutely free, puffer.ai, the puffer on GitHub. It says 6K here, but I'm waiting to celebrate until it actually hits it without rounding. So 30 more stars to go. And other than that, join us on Discord if you want to get involved, or follow on X for more reinforcement learning content. Lots of stuff on here, lots of people getting into RL. It's fun. Enjoy your weekend.